All right, you guys. Get our project here. Finger doodles. Scissors. And the big boy. I don't necessarily know if we're going to need him today, but we'll at least pull him out and set him to the side. We're going to need that one today. All right. So we're gonna go early today because we need to do some art, most definitely. Gotta do the arts. So I was looking at the tutorial in full earlier, and we may have come down a little too far on our mountains, but that's okay. We might just not have that much of the yellow seeping up, and I'm alright with that. We're kind of just using Bob as our inspiration here, because he says do what you want. This is just to give you an idea of what you can do. So that's what we're gonna do. Alright, let me stick you there so we know where you're at. Alright, so Thursday we finished the mountain area. We're going to be moving on to the next section. So our next section, we're going to hit play on the tutorial and see where Bob is going to take us next. Now I do have the tutorial muted, but we do have captions on so we can read it. Oh, wait, hold on, Bob. We went a little too far back. You might have to go help him.
Yeah, I moved the arms thing so they could get to the friggin' toilet. Silly me.
Alright, so Bob's cleaning off a spot on the palette, and he's grabbing green, brown, and blue. So we kind of made a dark color, like a dark greeny color. And he's going to take his fan brush, and he's going to start, oh yeah, our mountains are a lot bigger than his, although he's got a lot bigger area to work with, so. Alright, so he's taking this dark green color, and it's kind of mixing with the yellow a little bit and getting a little bit lighter. So it's kind of like a mid-green and a dark green, kind of all up in there. So I don't know if we're gonna go just completely dark green, or if we might, we might alternate on those back trees between like a mid-green and a dark green, just to break it up a little bit. Alright, and then he's putting in some ground underneath of it. How much ground are you doing there? And he's gonna do... See, those reflections are gonna be really difficult to pull off. We're gonna hold off on the reflections right now. Because he puts a waterfall in between the two, and then there's all kinds of shit happening back in here. So I kind of want to see what this area ground-wise is going to look like before we start fucking around with attempting to put in some reflections. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull the reflections off. We might be able to if we kind of go real thin and stringy like we did back in here. We'll have to see. That's gonna be the hard part. I think out of all of this, I think that's what the hard part's really gonna be. So I have some hunter green. I was only able to pick up 3 shades of green because that's all we had the funding for at the time. So I've got some hunter green and I've got some varsity green. So I'm thinking that maybe we'll alternate between the two a little bit back in there. And we'll kind of go from there. But I think I want the ground back there to be mostly our dark green. So we do have to watch our space down in here. So we might lose all of this here at the bottom. And you know, it happens. Alright, so kind of need to figure out where exactly. Now this I am gonna kind of make a snake with, just so we can kind of figure out our location here. Like he has a little bit of the yellow peeking up, but I'm not. I don't need to really have that much yellow there, so I'm thinking maybe about there. Oh, hold on. We're not over the edge of the pad. It helps if we're at least over the edge there. Yeah. Well, that's where it's gonna be. That's where it's gonna be now. Alright, we might need to make this a little bit longer. So he's kind of got like a wedge, not a full wedge, but kind of a wedge shape happening here. So just kind of want to work on getting that kind of figured out first here. Alright, so where did he kind of has it in the middle a little bit. Say there. thereabouts. And we'll start to take this across. So we can at least get our ground base in, so we know where not to go past. That's always helpful. All right, so it kind of leaves like a big section to the other side. This actually might need to be a little bit, not much, maybe just a smidge more over to the side here. If I could hit the green section, and that would be fantastic. Grab those little stragglers there. So I kind of like this hunter green because it kind of feels like a dark phthalo. Kinda. So we're just gonna take this guy all the way over, and then we'll kind of put in our stop line on the other side, just so we have an idea of where we're gonna sit. Now, let's kind of thin this piece out a bit. Doesn't need to be all that thick for this next part. Alright, so kind of want it on the same starting line here at least. Alright, say thereabouts. It's a little bit closer. For his. But that's okay. Now, does his come kind of... it's kind of like a pie slice on this side. It's a little bit steeper, but it's a little bit straighter at the moment, too. This one I curved over just a little. That may or may not matter yet. So we need a little bit more. And we'll just kind of Bring this across a bit further. And we'll see what we can do. I heard a car door, and I wasn't sure where I heard the car door. Alright, now he kind of leaves a gap there. Kinda, but I'm just gonna take this all the way to the edge for now. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I have my edge here. All right. Okay. Now we'll grab next kind of sneaky piece here, and he kind of has a little bit of a hill, not a terribly tall one, but he does sort of have one. So we're not going to have that much yellow poking through our trees and coming up the base of the mountain, just because I brought them down a little bit further than they probably necessarily were supposed to be, but that's okay. That's not a huge deal. Few spots in there that needed a little bit of a touch up. All right. So this piece feels a little bit thick, but then again, maybe not. Once we kind of get it in place here. Okay, so we kind of have our ground outline in place on that side. And let's see about getting our ground outline in place on the other side. Just kind of snaking this out just a little bit. Just so it's in a better, not necessarily thickness, but just sort of a better, I don't know, more organized piece to kind of work with here. Hope everybody's having a good day. I hope whatever sports team, if you do sports, that you are rooting for to win today wins. If your team doesn't win, I still hope that you behave with some sort of sportsmanlike conduct. Oh, I already put our top line in over there, didn't I? Well, that's okay. Just getting our outline figured out here. So say we trim that about there. Alright, so let's go ahead and just kind of smooth that down a bit. Alright. So let's come back over to this side. And we'll start to put in our grounds. So the trees have something to sit on. I know he did trees first, but kind of at least prefer to get the idea of the ground in before we get too crazy. This stuff, while you can kind of like put a new color over top of it if you don't like the way it's going, it's a little bit trickier to rip out a tree if you don't like where you put it, so let's just be sure that that's where we want to be. Before we get too hard into it. Alright. Next chunk of fluff. Alright, so this is Hunter Green from... Now, I'm not using traditional roving for this. I still need to put my supply list up on the YouTube videos. I completely forgot to. I do need to go back and do that. So I'm using acrylic yarn that I fluffed into roving with a dog grooming brush. Because it was a lot easier on my budget, by far. So, The yarn I used was Big Twist from Joann Fabrics, and it was their value yarn. When I had gotten it, it was on sale for 50% off. About a month ago. Which was amazing because each skein of yarn was approximately 380 yards. Some colors were a couple of cents more than others. I think the sale price was like $1.99. I think some colors were a couple cents more, or some colors were a couple yards less than the others. It might have been a little bit less yardage depending on the color. Not drastically, just by a little bit. But yeah, it was their in-house yarn brand. And it was Big Twist Value. They've got a couple different Big Twist products in that line. All right. So let's keep working on filling in our ground here. Until we are satisfied with how that is looking. All right. This might take a couple of passes just to get all of our gaps filled in here, and that's okay. I mean, it's going to happen a little bit because, you know, as you're tucking in one place, another gap might thin out somewhere else. Not a huge deal. Not really. That can be dealt with fairly easily. Just grab a little bit more yarn and tuck it in on top. And everything will be just fine. Because a lot of times when you're doing this, as you felt the yarn through, you think you have enough. And then, you know, it shrinks down a little bit as the needle's grabbing it and compressing it back against itself. So it's tightening it up a bit. And then you're like, oh, I do need a little bit more of that, in fact. I mean, it didn't do too bad, but we do need to fill in just a little bit more around in there. And I like to flatten out the back as I go, because it just makes the front a little less lumpy. For me, at least. Actual roving, I don't know if you're going to have that problem. I haven't done that much with real roving yet. Done a little bit with the wool roving. I just don't have that much, so. And what colors I do have in the actual sample set of roving that I picked up, I kind of want to hold on to for later in the series. Because there's a couple colors I did not pick up. And I'm like, oh shit. It's hard to remember what I was thinking when I was originally looking at that, unless my original shopping cart had those colors. And I had left my computer on so I could bring the shopping cart back up when I woke up to double check it again. And one of the cats so helpfully stepped on the power button on my computer and turned it off in the middle of the night. So that was helpful. And I kind of had to start my shopping cart all over again from scratch. And my shipping ended up being like almost $10, and I think that kind of ate into what I was gonna pick up. I was actually trying to do it as curbside pickup, but they were out of so many colors curbside pickup that it wasn't feasible. Okay, so we just have a few more spots right in there to fill in. A little bit in here, a little bit in here, and then we can start to move down our little hilltop spot here, I guess you would call it. Alright, let's try to get this bottom edge taken care of, since that one's being oh so stubborn. Now there is more ground that comes into play here. I was kind of watching this in the background last night while I was working on a few other things, and so I kind of have a better idea, but to be honest, I was so distracted. I was just kind of half watching it, and I was like, oh shit, I should have watched all of these straight through. Because I was starting to second guess my abilities on following this particular season with this particular medium. We're still gonna give it a go, though. We're not gonna give up. I mean, we do need to push ourselves a little bit out of the comfort box, right? So that way we can try to expand our horizons to a degree, I suppose. So I do have just a little bit in there. It's being a little bit stubborn. About playing along. Okay, let's peel that up. Just kind of smooth that out a bit and see where we stand here. Alright, so we have just a little bit more right in here. Not too worried about this top section just yet, but we do need to deal with that. And hope we can deal with it. gets to be too much trouble, I might bring in... Actually, I think he brings in a different shade of green on top of this, so... I think he takes some of the lighter spring green in on top of here, now that I'm thinking about it. We'll see when we get there. Either way, at least it's fully covered to our mostly satisfaction at this point. Now don't forget, we're gonna have trees coming up off of this top line here, so it's okay if that top edge is a little raggedy. Because that will all get dealt with when we get there. Okay. So I'm not sure how many of you guys are into football. I'm sure some of you are. I don't think that starts till later this afternoon, although I don't know how Super Bowl parties go. Like, I don't know what time they start. I don't know if they start, you know, like a half an hour before game time, or if they're like a 12-hour event. I don't know. I would imagine they would start closer to game time. And the game is in California. So I think for the rest of the country, it's going to have a little bit of a later start time. I think. Alright, let's pull this guy up. And re-flatten him out there. Alright, not bad. It kind of looks a little chaotic in there, and that's good. Looks a little more like grass and stuff. Alright. We'll just start to get this worked in here for the other section that we really haven't had a lot of attention given to yet. not doing too bad here. We're getting there. Anytime that you have to fill in a solid, an area of solid color, it can feel a little time consuming, but that's just the way those things work, really. Just give me one moment here, guys. Alright, that's kind of what I thought. Okay. Alright, sorry, I just had to take care of something real super quick. So while we won't be arting through the whole Super Bowl, I figured we can at least art for a little bit this afternoon. Alright, so we have to come back in this section right here. And fill that spot in. Because, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. So we have to have a little bit more to felt in here. Oof. Fingers are a little tight today. Not surprised though. I mean, I did do quite a bit yesterday, not with this, but trying to get ready for Wednesday. For our Wild Challenges stream. Oops, there we go. We got a little too attached to our felting pad, it would seem. That's alright. That's gonna happen. Not a terrible surprise there. That is why I pull it up in smaller sections as we go instead of doing one whole large section. Or, you know, completing the piece and then pulling it up. Then we really have a problem. this section in here still needs a little bit of the helps. So this color might be coming up a bit darker on my camera than it should be. It's actually not that dark. Kind of surprised it's coming off that dark. I guess it's the way the other colors are absorbing the light and reflecting it. Okay. That in our little mini trash can we got going on over there. Alright, let's smooth you down. We've got quite the padding going on back there. Alright, so let's think about our trees, right? We can start to work on this side here. Let's see. It's really not that dark when I'm looking at it. Alright, so I'm gonna make a little snaky guy. And I'm gonna kinda fold himself over. His bottom's gonna be a little bit wider, right? I'm gonna hold the top here. Now you can also like just do the sides if you want to try to get it so it's a little bit puffy. I actually don't really want it that puffy, so we are gonna flatten that here in just a second. Please excuse the big brown fingers. Those are the finger protector colors that came in this kit. I think you can get them separately in different colors. Probably on Amazon. So I just want to make sure that we are good and attached here. I'm not too worried if the ground is there's a little bit of air between the bottom of the tree and the ground. We can come back in and fix that. And a little, is that where my light is sitting? Actually, I kind of liked that over there a little bit. So yeah, it's a little bit harder. So this is the color green that we're doing. It's kind of like a shamrock green kind of color. It's a little too, I don't think it's yellow enough to call it grass green, but it's just, you know, your basic green. Alright, and let's try to alternate these guys here. Oh, so he was probably supposed to be a little bit smaller. Oh well. Oh well. Oh hey. How did you get in there? There's a little bit of blue that I'm not entirely certain where you came from. Alright. Let's try thinning you out just a little bit. Alright, so I'm just trying to tack down our sides here. And these guys don't have to be perfectly straight. I mean, you don't want them like this, but, you know, they don't have to be completely. Don't have to be completely dead on there. Alright, so let me get just a little bit of our ground color. And I just want to fill in under our tree there, just a touch. While I'm thinking about it. I mean, I'm sure we'll have to do that to other stuff too, but alright, so there's that. Alright, and we're gonna try to keep doing our alternating tree thing here. Oof, okay, that one came out a little skinny. That's alright, I guess. Alright, let's grab some more of our green, or lighter green. So that one's a little crooked. That's okay though. Right, it'll all be okay. Alright, we'll get this guy all tucked in here. So Bob always says, you know, do each tree individually, right? So we are kind of forced to do that here. Just because it's extremely difficult to try to do this if you don't treat your trees as individuals. Mostly because of the medium. Sorry, that was a little bit thin at the bottom. And I kind of want to thicken that up just a little. Just a little bit. So we're gonna have a little bit of background showing through in there, and that's okay. I just wanted to clean it up just a little. It was a little too, still is a little too airy for my liking, but I don't really need a whole ton of it. A little tiny bit of floof here. Okay. Alright, so that's not too bad so far. Alright, now. Looks like we are back to our dark green here. Nah, dropped it. Okay, so like I said, there's some kind of water feature that ends up going in that blank spot. Alright. So I might have made this guy a little bit thin. I mean, not the end of the world, certainly. Alright, I'm gonna hold on to our little tiny tail at the top here. And sorry if you hear any snoring in the background. The husband fell asleep. It's been a rough 24 hours. So apologies. But that just can't be helped right now. It is what it is. Alright, so let's do our next green. I know a lot of people might think that the alternating the colors is a bit much. I don't. Mostly because there's just so much dark back here. And it's not like we have a paintbrush where we can put in defining leaf marks and things, and we don't really have that yellow mist, golden mist going on back here. So I just feel like it kind of helps break up so much of the dark green. And if you look at what he's doing, since the yellow is wet and under where he's putting that green, or that dark green color that he put together, it is making it lighter in some sections. So he actually does have a slight color variation happening there, so I feel like we are more than able to do the same. Just we have to actually pick lighter colors to fill in around variety of colors to give that impression, illusion. Whatever you want to refer to it as. Alright, I'm just going to take a little bit more of our green here. I'm just going to kind of tap in a little bit more. Because it's just feeling a little thin to me. Like, I feel like there would be a bit more solidness in places with this particular shape of tree. Like, I don't feel like these would necessarily be quite this airy. I mean, in some spots, sure. Where did you come from? Now I've got brown in here. There we go, it'll just thicken that guy up. And just a tad. Give him a little bit more definition of, yes, I am a slightly brighter green tree. Alright, so let's go ahead and we'll peel that off. We'll just kind of give him a nice little gentle rub there. Just try to smooth things out just a bit. Alright, so we've got a little something going on back here. Again, for some reason, I don't know why that's not picking up the color change all that well. We'll go with the brighter light. We'll have photos posted on Twitter for our progress update. As we usually do. Alright, so we need our next bit of dark green here. Let's go ahead and snake that guy up. Although I gotta say, the husband snoring in the background is not doing any wonders for making this exciting. But I think he only slept maybe... Oh. I don't even think it was 2 hours last night. I want to say like maybe an hour and a half. We're extremely stressed out right now. I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep at all. I thought I was going to be doing an all-nighter, but did manage to fall asleep eventually. If life would just stop kicking us in the teeth for even just a month, like, that would be so fucking awesome. But I'm desperately anxious for someone to get back to us with a cost estimate on something. So we thought it would be this morning, but we haven't heard back from them yet. We might not hear back from them until Monday. And it's not a good situation. Just really not a good situation. Alright. So, I think maybe this needs just a little bit more color on top of that there. There's a little too much of the mountain brown showing through, I think, for my liking. Alright, so we'll just keep tapping that in. Okay. So there's still like a little bit of ground there in the background, but yeah, I think that should be alright. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a little bit more of a green. I'm kind of mad that that is so washed out there. Maybe when we get some other stuff put in around it. I'm trying to see if I have anything dark that we can lay over, but I don't see anything. And I can't really fold it in half. I mean, we could maybe do that, but I don't know. There's other trees there. Okay. He snores really loud. So, sorry, my microphone is pointing in his direction. Alright. So, needle felting sounds plus the sound of Russell snoring. Dun dun dun. On the next after school special. Okay. We'll work on getting this tacked in. That's a little better, maybe. Maybe. We will see. I mean, these trees aren't too bad to kind of shape. I mean, they're pretty basic shape. I mean, of course, Bob is able to bang them out in like 2 minutes flat. But for us, that's going to take a little bit more time. A little bit more planning. Oh my goodness. I have no idea if the microphone's picking that up. Hey, Zorts. It probably is. It probably is. How is Zorts today? Hope you are okay. I hope today is finding you at least decent, if not well. Somebody's got to be having a better day than me. Or us jointly. You alright? How are you guys? Not good. We're not good. Not gonna lie, we're not good. It's pretty bad right now. But nothing we can do about it. Alright. So I guess we need hunter green next. Yesterday's disaster is still continuing. So it's not a good situation. Plumber showed up. After we finally found one that would come out, it being a Saturday and all, that had decent reviews. Because, you know, you don't want to fuck around with your plumbing, right? So you want to get somebody that has some idea of what the fuck they're doing. That's kind of important. And someone that's not going to screw you over. So, finally found one to come out. They weren't able to get here till like 6 o'clock last night. We figured it would be them just snaking the sewer line. Oh no. No, it wasn't. This house was originally built. Some part of this house was originally built. Possibly in 1921 or 1926. I've seen two conflicting dates. Over those years, there has apparently been many adjustments to the plumbing. They attempted to snake the sewer line, and we knew the one outside pipe was cracked, but we thought that was an overflow, and the mother-in-law was like, no, that's not connected to the main line anymore when they redid the sewer lines. So we hadn't concerned ourselves with replacing it yet. Apparently roots had grown and cracked that bit of pipe at one point outside, but you know, we were told it was an overflow, and while it might need to get replaced, it wasn't vital at that point in time, and we did not have the money to replace that, so we're like, okay, fine, whatever. They fixed it. It hadn't been a problem since. When they attempted to snake the sewer line last night, they found more roots in the way, but in a different direction, and we were like, what is this? And they're like, okay, well, let's go see. And they went to flush the toilet to see if water was going to flow through the pipe, and they didn't see any water, and they're like, okay. So then they started running our kitchen faucet full blast for almost 10 minutes, and Russell's like, they're gonna do this just to make sure that the water's flowing, and I'm like, okay, fine. He comes back in a few minutes later, turns off the faucet, and he goes, the water's not flowing through the pipe. I was like, okay, where's it flowing? He goes, it's coming out under the house somewhere. And I was like, are you fucking serious? So they went under the house to try to find out where it was coming from, or where it was going. Apparently, the cast iron sewer line piping is cracked in multiple places under the house, where the exit water would go from the shower and bathroom and all of the things. Or at least they think it's at least from the bathroom line. They found so many multiple pipes that didn't go anywhere under the house. They weren't 100% sure what was attached to what, but they could definitely tell us that the pipe coming from the toilet out to the main sewer line to exit the house is cracked in multiple places and leaking. They managed to sort of get the toilet working, because we only have one. At least good enough until we can get the rest of it fixed. The guy charged $350 last night to come out, which, you know, okay, fine, whatever. It was a weekend, and it was at night on the weekend, so, you know, you're gonna pay a bit more. So, you know, whatever. We knew that. He could not give us an estimate last night on replacing the toilet, because if we're gonna have to have pipes replaced, we kind of need to have the toilet replaced. Because there's water damage to at least the linoleum part of the floor. We don't know about the subfloor yet in the bathroom. And I mean, if we're gonna have to do the piping under it anyway, they could not give us an estimate last night because I quote, "I need to talk to the guy that does the estimates for the big jobs to make sure I'm not missing anything." I don't know what big job means. I don't know if that means big money job or just a lot of work big job. My brain is running off of, oh god, this is gonna be like upwards of $10,000 if we're lucky. I don't know. I don't know. Him and I are just a bundle of bullshit right now, and so we can't like use the shower or anything because it all's connecting into the same sewer outline right now, and when we were trying to plunge the clog, it was backing up into the tub. Yep. He wasn't sure if the washing machine was linked to the same part of the line that was clogged, so we're not 100% sure on if we can do laundry right now, and we're also not 100% sure how much we can do dishes at the moment. So we need to get some coated paper plates and bowls for the time being after I get what's washed in the sink washed, to cut down on the amount of dishes we have to do. And mother-in-law was supposed to leave on Wednesday for her sister's birthday trip a few days away, like for a few days, and then come straight back. I certainly hope she's not still planning on doing that because we need her here to deal with this. And fortunately, when Russell's phone fell in the dog water bowl yesterday, we managed to get it before any real damage happened to it. And at the end of the day yesterday, I went to have a popsicle, and it fell out of the packaging because the one end of the packaging apparently wasn't sealed well, and I didn't know it, and hit the floor, and then I kind of lost my shit at that point and like destroyed the popsicle on the edge of the sink, and had a bit of a temper tantrum because why the fuck not? And about 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe 3, when I decided I needed to go to sleep, or at least attempt to go to sleep, I went in the bathroom to get my toothbrush and to pee, and I'm standing there and I'm like, why don't I hear a dripping noise? Like, I swear I hear a dripping noise. And I'm standing there. and I couldn't quite figure out what the noise was. At first I thought maybe it was the trap under the toilet just making noises because of the way things are at the moment. And the more I listened, the more frequent it was happening, and I'm like, what the fuck now? So I came out into the bedroom and I grabbed my flashlight and I went back in the bathroom, and I'm looking at the toilet because, like, under the edge of where it sits on the floor, it looked not fully wet but not dry either, and I was kind of confused, and I'm like, what is this? What is happening? Why is this like this? And I'm still hearing the dripping noise, and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And then I shined the light back towards the wall where the water shut-off valve is for the toilet. It was dripping water rapidly all over the floor. And it was running down to where the toilet was and running around the base of the toilet. So I had to get Russell up. He tried to slow down the water flow a little bit that was coming out of there. I don't know if it really worked or not. And he's like, okay, well I think that stopped it dripping. And he went back to bed, and I was like, no, it didn't. And we had to get a small plastic container and some puppy pads. Good old handy dandy puppy pads. And put that under the shutoff or the water control valve. And put the container on top of it. And now every couple of hours we need to check the container to make sure it's not overflowing. So no, it's not. It has not been fun times in the past. Not even 24 hours. So we're doing art today. Alright, and if you guys would excuse me just one moment, I will be right back real super quick. You can listen to Russell snoring in the background for just a minute. I will be right back. Okay. So we are back. Sorry about that. Okay, so just getting our fluff here situated. This might need a second layer of fluffing. So one of the Planet Zoo creators, content creators on YouTube that I enjoy watching is back and is starting to do some more videos again after life went sideways for him. So that's fun. Any geekism fans out there, he has started to produce some content again. He's just started getting back into the swing of things. Like, he did more stuff than just Planet Zoo. He did a lot of like sim games and stuff, so it's nice to see that he is back at it again. And that life has started to slowly settle back down, or at least get into a new routine for him. So that is lovely to see. Lots of loud traffic today, but what else is new, I guess? I say that every day. Alright, so we got, oops, that one took a pretty hefty grip there. So let's get that. And keep going on this side. I mean, we should at least be able to finish this side. Oh yeah, we'll definitely be able to finish this side. That one might have been a little bit thick, but that should be okay. Alright. This guy's a little bit of a wider tree. But, oh well. That's the way that goes sometimes. We've all been wider trees from one time or another. Hell, I'm a wide tree right now. Alright. I might need to put a little bit more of our brighter green on top of that, because there's a bit of a spot there. It's a little bit empty. Oh, you need to attach there, friend. That's how this works. Alright. So I hope everybody else is having a better run of luck than we are. Because right now it's not been good. To say the least. Alright. I think maybe just another tiny little spoof right in here to cover up in that section. That wanted to be a little bit difficult. So sorry I don't really do the sports stuff. I mean, I know what football is. I know 5 minutes of game clock time can take like a fucking half an hour, which I don't quite know how they manage to do that, but they do. So I get perturbed when Russell's like, oh, I'm just in here spending some time with my mom while she finishes watching the game in her room. He goes, there's like 2 minutes left in the game. I was like, you know that you could be in there for like another 45 minutes, right? He's like, no, it's 2 minutes left in the game. And I'm like, sweetie. You've never really watched football, have you? Or been waiting on someone that was watching a game for a game to finish. I was like, it's not quite the same amount of time as the real world. Alright. We'll get this guy worked in here. And let's see. So I'm thinking we've got a few more trees to go on this side. And then we'll go fill in our ground over there. And then that'll probably start looking a bit more tree-like, maybe once we get some more of the yellow covered up there a little bit. I mean, you can kind of see it. It just, for some reason, this hunter green on my screen is looking so very much black or brown. It doesn't look like that in front of me, but very much not. But what can you do? I don't have a whole lot of adjustment options, shall we say, with this particular camera. I had a little bit more color balancing options with the other one that we had a while ago, and I liked that there were those color balancing options, but at the same time, the image quality was kind of fuzzy. So, you know, it was like, do we want a better, clearer image? Or what? Now, Russell had kind of picked this camera out for me, but... and it's done okay. But, like, he didn't realize there was only manual focus on here, although, to be fair, a lot of the art streams I would put it on manual on the other camera. But there are some times where I was like, why won't this focus? So it's definitely different. I didn't know a webcam existed that didn't have any kind of program controls for it. Alright, we need our brighter green fluff again. Oh, he does have a little bit more space in between his, I guess, but... oh well. Oh well. That's okay. See, that's not that world-ending. So the acrylic yarn, when we fluff it, I finally figured out what it feels like. So, it feels like acrylic yarn. What did you expect? No, like, you guys remember the troll dolls? This is kind of what their hair reminds me of. I just kind of realized when I had gotten this chunk situated here. You know what? Touching this reminds me of this. But I'm also a bit of a texture weirdo, so... like, I can do raw apples I can't do cooked apples. I can't do applesauce. I can do cooked green beans. I can't do them raw. I can do cooked broccoli. I can't do that raw. And while I don't mind tomato products, like tomato sauce or like ketchup and stuff, I don't mind that. I can't eat a raw tomato. Just can't do it. I can do raw fruit all day long. Can't do it cooked, so I'm not really a pie person. I think the only pie I've been able to eat was one that we made ourselves, with vanilla pudding that I've folded Cool Whip into in a graham cracker shell that was pre-baked, or store-bought shell. Excuse me. And had some sliced up banana in the bottom of it. And that's really the only pie I can do for the most part. Can't do fruit pies. I've only just started being able to eat cooked carrots. For a while, I could not do cooked, I could only do raw. Love raw celery, hate it cooked. I think it really has to do with the textures of stuff. Hello, Cosmic, how are you? Alright, clean up the back there a little bit. All of our fuzz. Okay, so I think maybe 1-2 more trees we can get here. He kind of has a gap between where these trees are and where like the next are, but I think we're just gonna fill it in, because I'm pretty sure it's a large tree that's gonna cover that slot in the background, but I don't know how much it's gonna cover, so I think I'd feel better just preemptively covering it. Okay, so let's take this. I just kind of rolled that into a snake and then folded the snake in half. Try to figure out where we want this placed. Get our bottom anchored down here. Make sure I'm using the finger that's protected, because that's all we fucking need today. No emergency room visits today, please. I implore you. Alright, so we'll just work on getting that tip of the tree in, and then kind of the area around it. And we'll see if we need to make that a little bit wider. at the top once we get the bottom worked in. So hope everybody's weekend went well. I mean, it's not quite over yet, but we might, well, I say that and then I was gonna say we might do a bonus stream with something on Monday, but I don't know if I'm gonna have time yet. Tuesday, Russell has D&D. I guess it really depends on what I get done tonight. We've got the monk and the druid ready for Wednesday for our WoW Challenges stream. I still need to get the shaman, the warrior, the shaman, the warrior, and the demon hunter ready. Sorry, I was drawing a blank on who the hell the missing one was. I'm gonna leave the DK sitting until we get the monk wrapped up. It'll just be easier that way, so I'm not stressing over getting all 6 done. So we will be sitting on the DK at least one more week. I kind of really want to get a Parkitect episode done. We'll see if that's even possible. It depends on what time we stop tonight and how productive I am afterwards. I have a few house chores that need to get done. Don't break the needle. And all that stuff. Alright, so I think maybe I'm trying to see where our edge line is here. I think maybe we can squeeze in one more tree just to make sure. We might end up trimming most of this tree off. Possible. But let's see what we can do. Alright, I don't necessarily think we need, well, this piece wants to separate off, so we'll let that one kind of do its thing, I guess. Now roving, like the wool roving, likes to stick to itself a little bit better than the acrylic stuff does necessarily. But we can still make this work. We've been making it work so far. Alright, we'll see how far we can get with this guy. I'm also really excited to get to take my turn in our Planet Zoo series. that the husband and I started on Friday. And for those that missed that, the VOD is on the channel, or it's on YouTube now as well. We're going to take turns building in Planet Zoo, trading off the same zoo. And we have a randomizer wheel where we put on some different types of buildings and whatnot. We are doing it in sandbox mode, so we don't have to worry about funding too much. And for the first episode, the husband went first. And he got restaurant. So we didn't know much about the restaurants because they are a new thing, a newer thing, that we really hadn't messed too much with up until that particular episode. So we didn't even know how they really worked. Because it was a little funky the way the building was shaped. So we didn't quite understand why there was a hole in the one side of the building and it was closed off in the other. So we didn't know if that was staff that was walking out of the side that had the hole in it, or if guests were entering that side. Turns out guests enter that side. And when staff needs to go, take a break. So, I mean, that was interesting. And when he started building, we weren't really sure. He wasn't really sure what he was going to do. And it kind of evolved and started looking a lot like an 80s era Pizza Hut. So we kind of went with that. And I need to try to, I think we were doing classic build materials for classic theme for like staff buildings and stuff. He went with the classic theme, or bricks at least, for the facade of the restaurant that he put in. We're allowed to redo the spin if we get the same thing back to back. So if, say, he got restaurant, if I got restaurant, I could redo the restaurant, or I could redo the restaurant spin. He originally had gotten staff buildings and decorations. I would have went with it, but he's like, we don't need any staff buildings yet. It's like, we don't even have any animals. He goes, I don't want to do that. And he's like, in his brain, it didn't make sense. So I was like, alright, I conceded. I let him re-roll that. I would have just went with it, because I would have done like an information booth out near the entrance, and some benches and flowers, and, you know, just prettied up to the park entrance is what I would have done. But yeah, so we rolled my spin Friday night before we wrapped up, and I got concessions, and I'm like, oh good, a concessions area right next to the restaurant. This is gonna work. So because we have to build within like, we have to build next to each other for the most part until that area is filled in, unless what we get is gonna take more room than we have. But no, it's pretty good. Pretty good. It's giving us a chance to get a better look at all of the newer things in the packs and stuff. Excuse me. Alright. Yeah, I'd started the monk on, I want to say Friday night. I did get a note back from Blizzard. I don't know how true it is. I did get an in-game email thanking me for the report that we did on Wednesday and saying that actions were taken against that player or account or something. Again, I don't know if that's true. We will probably never know if it's true. But I did take the monk back to Stormwind, and I picked up some gear that was of the appropriate level. Sorry, I'm just getting a drink here real quick. I can kind of see the darker trees coming in a little bit now. A little bit. But I took her over to where the level 60 moths were. And they are orange to her, but she was able to kill them. So that made me tremendously happy. She doesn't kill them quickly, but she can kill them. So that's something, right? Yesterday, while I was over there with her, though, I was fighting some other kill farmers, I guess. Leather grinders, it seemed to be. So that was a little vexing, but yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Not much. Now, I think some lighter green comes in over top of this, so right now I'm just trying to get our base in, and he said he was using that dark color, so dark and medium, not really medium dark, but dark and medium is what we will be using in here. Oh. We had a weather temperature shift, so my body is not pleased right now at all. Just very, very angry. Alright, there we go. Like, it was in the 60s on Friday afternoon. And by Saturday at like 6 a.m. it had dropped to like 22 degrees. And it's still pretty chilly. I think by midweek it's supposed to go back to the 60s again and then plummet again. Like, the one day it was saying something about wintry mix and then going up into the 50s, and I was like, hold up. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, you can't really be for real. Because my body can't handle all these dramatic weather shifts. I need somewhere where it's a little bit more even most of the time. That would be helpful. Just a touch. So if everybody's into their sports, I hope you have a sports-erific afternoon, evening. I think a lot of the pre-shindig shows have started. Doing a little bit of stretching. Let's see. I have to keep track of the time today, so not necessarily because we have to stop by a certain time today, but I have to periodically check in on the plumbing issue. Well, one of the plumbing issues today, so I probably will have to get up and check on that again in a little bit, for which I apologize. Excuse me. Many apologies. Alright. You alright?
Yeah. Okay.
You might want to actually get on a pillow.
I don't want a pillow. Where's your pillow?
It didn't look like it from here.
No, I want your pillow.
Alright, so I'm just kind of trying to grab some strands and tack them down. It kills me how black this dark green is looking on the camera. It's really not quite that dark. Although it could be my monitor, my colors could be off on it. That is entirely possible. Alright. So, again, husband is kind of sleeping, kind of not in the background. So you may hear him snore like we were earlier. I can't hear if it's coming over or not. It may be at times. Okay. Uh-oh. There we go. Thought we were stuck. I mean, we're stuck a little bit, but I thought we were stuck. Okay. Get that all smoothed out. You don't have to do that. I just am. So I find it makes things easier in the long run. At least for me. Alright. So let's see here. We have this section to start filling in. Just trying to make sure I'm not going too far off my edge guideline that I had put in earlier. Now I did kind of curve this around just a little bit. Tentatively, because I couldn't remember how much ground gets covered over here yet. Even though I watched the damn thing last night. Well, I was trying to watch it, but I was also playing Stardew Valley at the same time after my WoW latency skyrocketed out of nowhere. While I was actually working on the shaman, and I was kind of pissed because like I really wanted to get the shaman done tonight. So that way I only had 2 left to deal with. But the warrior is a troll, so she should move a little bit quicker, killing beasts like we are. Because she gets that buff to slight XP bump. Not really a buff. She gets that slight XP bump to killing beasts as part of her racial. I'm just trying to get that tacked down a little bit more quickly. And we'll tuck you back out of the way. Alright, so we have a little bit more green to fill in here, and then there's a couple breaks over in here that I want to deal with, so give me 1 second and we will deal with that. Need some more dark green though. Okay. So we don't have that large of a section over here. I mean, it's decent size, but we've done larger, and I'm sure we will do larger yet as time progresses here, but I just want to make sure that we're definitely tacked down on this edge, because when we come back and clean everything up, let me see if I have a piece of something. I have a piece of parchment paper that's been well loved. It's going to crinkle for a second. Alright. So when we come back in and trim off the felt line, so I just want to make sure that we are tacked down on that felt line. I mean, we'll be cleaning the edges up and it'll look a lot better. But for now, we'll have our messy edges. And that's just fine. We can have the messy edges. We're just getting our grassy foundation in place, and then we'll do our matching tree line over here. And then we'll see where Bob wants us to go next. Our mountains still look pretty good, still pretty happy with them. That was the first time we had tried to do the mountains, so in this medium. Like, we followed Bob Ross stuff before with actual paint, so I mean, we're not a stranger to the concept of what he's trying to do. But let me come back and get that spot filled in there real quick while I'm thinking about it. Still looks really dark. Let me see if I can. So I mean, it is a bit of a hunter green, so it does look dark. Oh, hi kitty. Hi littles. Yes, hi. What's up? Those are my hands, yes. You pick the damnedest times to decide you want attention, my friend. Yes, you do. She either wants attention or she wants food. Why don't you lay with Dad on the bed? Well, the puppies are in the dog bed. You don't have to compete for space. My little monster cat. Alright. I swear I've never heard a cat purr more than when she's trying to rip the shit out of my hands. Never. She takes great pleasure in trying to destroy me. This is going to be a bit of a hectic week for us, because both sets of parentals, mother-in-law and my father, both have an in-person doctor's appointment on the same day, both within a half an hour of each other. Mother-in-law's appointment is first, so I think Russell has to take them and drop the one off and then drop the other, because we only have the one car right now, because the mother-in-law's car is in Oklahoma with her sister. So her sister's using it. That's on Tuesday. Wednesday, which was kind of dropped on us out of the blue yesterday. The mother-in-law's one sister, for her birthday, decided that all of the sisters are going to go down to Alabama for a few days to a quote-unquote cabin on the beach. And she was gonna leave on Wednesday and come back or be back by Sunday, because that next Monday she has another doctor's appointment. And I'm like, what? And she's not gonna have any quarantine time in between going out gallivanting and coming back, when she's gonna be with the one sister that thinks all of the recent illness problems were fake, even though she and people in her household had it, and doesn't believe in Kitty cat, let's not play with the electrical wires, alright? Please? I don't know what you're doing back there. Ow! 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 Hey! We don't bite. We don't bite. She does love bites. Except she bit the palm of my hand. Brat. That's been hard to break her of. And she doesn't believe in masking either. And, my dad only has one lung that fully functions. So, I'm trying to make sure that he's been somewhat in a bubble to as much of a degree as possible. Because if he gets it, he's fucked. But now I don't know if she's still going to Alabama. With, all of the plumbing problems. That are going on. I don't know. Russell said something vaguely about that might not be happening now, and I'm like, well, I sure as hell hope not, because she needs to be here. But we will see. I mean, it sucks to be an adult sometimes, but this is her house, and she needs to fucking deal with it. Alright. So we've almost got this section of land tapped in here. Just have a little bit further to go. We had one cat that was obsessed with toes. Like, I had to wear shoes around him. He was very strange. He was also obsessed with my hair. Like, if I was sitting down on the floor, like if I was laying on the floor on my stomach, if we were trying to work on a project or something and we needed the space to spread out, he would climb onto my back and sit behind my head and just start licking the top of my head, trying to either groom my hair or we don't know what the fuck he was doing, but my hair falls out kind of a lot. It doesn't seem to matter what time of day it is. I could have just fucking brushed it. I can run my fingers through my hair and it's falling out. I can pull at least 2 to 3 strands every time. And we're like, no, don't lick my hair, buddy, because you're gonna end up ingesting that. And I really don't think your stomach is made for ingesting human hair, let alone your own hair, since you cough up hairballs. And whenever I had, even in socks around him, if he noticed my toes, he'd be trying to bite them. He was like half Siamese, I think. and half something else, maybe just regular old house cat. Because he had the real distinctly Siamese pointy face, but he didn't look like a Siamese to me, just in the face. Right, there's still a little tiny blip there, but maybe we can cover that with a tree. Alright, so let's start to snake our stuff here. Alright, so I'm actually going to fold this one like 3 times, because I want him to be a little bit, just a teeny bit smaller. Alright, and we're gonna go ahead and work on getting him all anchored in. As best as we can. Kind of kills me after all that yellow that we put in, and we covered like all of it up. But that's okay, because we got some nice natural sections happening back in here that we may not have had happen if we had piecemealed it in, you know, and like left that part open and stuff. So I mean, we could have totally sketched in everything, and that may have saved some supplies in the long run, but I think it feels a little bit more flowy this way. Possibly. Alright, so we need a bit of our lighter green. And we might not need to fold this one. All right. Sorry, I was just checking on something real quick. Okay. Let's work on getting our next guy put in here. Now we'll probably have to trim this. More than likely. Or we can just double it back on itself. That's also an option. With that brown underneath, I have found that sometimes if the green gets a little too thin, that brown really shows through. And sometimes we need to thicken it up a little bit. Yeah, but I think that don't quite need it that thick. At least not yet. So we're just seeing a few loose hairs that kind of popped up in there. So I figure when we get all of our tree line in, and we're done kind of fussing on top of the mountains a little bit, we'll probably take the big guy and go back over. At least our mountain section one more time. Just kind of make sure everybody's properly placed in. Alright. Just kind of making sure we're all evened out here. Okay. So, I mean, we got a little carried away with how high that one was. It happens. It happens. And this one's just being... There we go. Being a little bit difficult. Oh, there goes the husband. He needs to have a sleep study scheduled. That's something else that we need to get done. So when he had his emergency surgery and he was in recovery, he's like, the first thing he remembers was like the nurse giving him a bunch of shit about how imperative it is that he needs to go and get a sleep study done because he has sleep apnea. So I'm not entirely sure what's all happened while he was under. But little concerned by that. Yeah, he's definitely running a lumber mill back there. He was actually gonna do something for me to help me out for my dinner, and then he's like, well, if I'm awake, I'm like, well, can you do it before you lay down? So I can just kind of dump it in the pot, since I'm gonna be in the middle of streaming and I can't really, walk away for 10 minutes while I deal with potatoes, or, probably 15-20 minutes. And he's like, yeah, I probably won't sleep. I'll get it in a few minutes. And then next thing I know, he's like out like a light. I'm like, right. Okay. All right. Oh, my nose itches so much today. Crazy. Let's get that cleaned up a little bit. All right, so we've still got this chunk of our brighter green that we were fussing with here a minute ago. So let's start to get that work done. Let's see, how long have we been going? Okay. Alrighty. I am kind of neutral at the moment about how our trees are coming, but I don't think it's too bad. I think I'm starting to get there on the tree line. I mean, granted, it's just the background trees. So these will start to... These aren't the stars of the show. There's going to be a whole bunch of other stuff happening here. Because, you know, Bob likes to go over the top with his stuff. Okay. Our next little bit of green chunks here, or dark green. At least, alright, I'm gonna cut that in half. And we'll snake that. I mean, it kind of looks like one of those, like, landscapey, I don't know, are they cedar trees? Poplar trees? I can't remember what they're called. We were using them in Parkitect. They're very manicured, landscapey looking trees. Alright. I did pick up some wildflower mix from the Dollar Tree. It was part of my Valentine's Day present. But don't knock those flower mixes. We got a hummingbird mix from them last year, and it was actually pretty decent. Like, all the flowers came up. And I don't think the hummingbird really paid attention to them, though, because it was, like, right along our planter box that's out by the road, so I think all the traffic bothered them. But, you know, it was pretty decent. They came up. It was a lot better than I expected for something from Dollar Tree, so don't knock those Dollar Tree flower mixes that they get in the spring. They're not half bad. Alright, we're just kind of getting our next bit of green here. Why is there so much traffic all of a sudden? At like 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. Most of the Sunday churchy stuff already finished. I think the church across the street from us gets out at 11. And they did not appear to be doing anything extra. At least not today. Because nobody was in the back parking lot. That's across the street from our place. Alright, so I'm just trying to make sure we don't fully lose the shape of our tree here. kind of why I'm like scraping the edge and coming back over gently. We've all found out how when you're not gentle and you're doing shit you shouldn't be, these needles can and will snap. And yes, I still have some. Hang on 1 second, you guys. Okay. I was just trying to make sure that I heard voices outside and I was like, don't tell me the plumber just showed up unexpectedly on a Sunday. But no, it was just people walking down through our front yard. As they so often do. Even though there are sidewalks across the street. I just don't know. Alright, you little piece of fuzz. You need to go in the little mini trash can of holding on the desk. Oh yeah, aren't these cute for those that didn't see them? We picked these up, or we picked one of them up at Dollar Tree. It's just a little tiny trash can. They had one that was green that had a little recycling symbol on it. Just a little desktop one. It's got little wheels on it. It's so cute. So cute. Alright. I know. I'm weird. I get excited about the stupidest things. The stupidest things amuse me. I am such a child. Oh my god, that would have been like an awesome, like, Barbie dollhouse accessory. Time to take the trash out. Although I guess there really isn't trash. I guess there isn't a trash day in Barbie Land. I don't know. There should be. I think we need to have more Barbie dolls that depict trades. Or just, you know, everyday jobs. They're not completely glamorous, but you know what? They keep everything functioning. So I feel like there should be retail worker Barbie and trash collector Barbie and instead of always, you know, like college degree business Barbie, like let's get some realistic shit on up in here. There may be, and I just don't realize it. I mean, I've been out of the loop with the Barbie end of things for some time. We don't have a kid, so not really following all that. I do check in with the Lego website every so often, though. And look at all the cool things that I want that I have nowhere to put and can't afford. But, I always wanted a Lego train set to put around my Christmas tree. Always did. Or just to play with. Fascinated with the Lego train stuff. I was never able to get one because those bitches were expensive even back in the 80s and 90s.
Forgive my interruption, dear. Is it potato time?
It's been potato time, but you were asleep, so...
So, do I need to get potatoes?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't want to wake you up because you were sleeping, so I was just gonna kind of deal with it later.
Well, you gotta deal with it while it's cooking, so I'll deal with it now.
Yeah, it just meant I'd be eating dinner later, that's all. Have a good nap?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, you were snoring and talking and, well, not really talking, but you were making noises. Little's greeting you. Meow.
Hi.
Do you need snackage? Is that what this is about?
No.
She bit my hand earlier. I was petting her and the teeth went right in.
I've been checking. Every time she's bothered me lately, it hasn't been for food.
Oh, she wants cuddles then. She once held cuddles that I can't give her with sharp, pointy things. Hi, child. That's my child. I have furry children. That would probably be terrified of a Roomba if we ever had one. They would certainly not be the type that would sit on it while it rides around the house.
Cow absolutely would.
Okay, cow would probably be the only one. Because, I mean, the rest of them are even afraid of bubbles, so... Cow loves bubbles. So, he's deranged enough where he probably would sit on it. Everyone else, though, would be heading for the hills. As fast as possible. I mean, I can't even change the trash bag in the kitchen without Little freaking out and running off like 2 rooms away. She hates the sound of tinfoil, too. She's the only one of the cats that we've ever had to ever get upset at the sound of tinfoil. I mean, I know they say that cats should not like the sound of it, and they tell you to put tinfoil on like your kitchen counters or your stovetop or something if you're having trouble keeping a cat off of it, because then they'll jump up there and they'll hear the noise and freak out and run. She's the only one that doesn't like the sound of it. Everybody else is just like, meh, this is in my way. I do what I want. Especially cow. There's been plenty of mornings where I've woken up and seen paw prints all over the top of our stove. But wasn't entirely certain who the culprit was. Okay, let's peel that up. That didn't stick too bad. Alright, getting very, very full of fiber back there. For sure. Alright, grab our next brighter green color. It's gonna be a little guy, it would seem. Start to get, I say little guy, but then maybe not. All right. We'll get this guy kinda sorta attempted to be figured out here. See, like, his kind of look like, his seem a little more branchy than ours do, but, you know, there's only so much we can do. With the medium that we're working with. So, we're just gonna do what we can and try to make it, like, you can probably see the different tones a little bit better on the back side. Front side, there's still kind of a okay, just a thought. But if your vehicle sounds like a single engine aircraft attempting to take off down a runway, probably want to get that looked at. Just saying. Just saying. That's probably not good for the vehicle. Because, oh my, we were behind a pickup truck the other day, and it literally sounded like a jet engine idling. Like you were sitting in a plane that was boarding, and it was waiting to taxi back from the gate. Like, Russell and I were like, what the hell? That's probably not good. We have a sensor problem in our car at the moment, but it's minor in the grand scheme of things of everything else going on, where we think our tire air pressure gauge sensor went bad on the dashboard because it's always on or flashing. It would usually light up when the tire pressure would go down past a certain point. We've checked the tire pressure repeatedly because we've had to patch a couple of tires that had screws in them that we didn't realize had screws in them. So we have, I think, 2 different air pressure gauges to manually check it. And when we last got the car serviced, we were like, fuck, we're probably gonna have to replace a tire, because the one tire was definitely leaking at that point. And they're like, no, we were able to patch it. It was just like, you don't really need new tires yet. The tires are in pretty good shape. And we're like, really? And they're like, yeah. I'm kind of mystified that they think the tires are in that good a shape. Because those tires have got a shit ton of miles on them. We may have replaced 2 tires, actually, since the last time all 4 were replaced, I think. Maybe. But yeah, so now we have to constantly keep a check on the pressure gauge. Russell said he went to the gas station and checked all of the tires when the thing was going on. He's like, I think we have a flat tire. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And he's like, no, the light's just on. And he went to the gas station to check it and checked the air pressure in all of them, and he's like, what the hell, they're all reading like 30 or some shit. And I'm like, 28 or 30. And we were like, what? So we think the sensor may have eaten shit and died, or is going bad or something. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's not a new vehicle. It's that vehicle's been through some things. And, sorry if that thumping came through the microphone. I'm just trying to get everything sorted here. And, like, that vehicle was new to us, but it wasn't a new vehicle. A few years ago. Maybe 4, no, 5. I don't know how long we've had the car. Maybe 6 years now? I'm really bad at keeping track of time. Like, time passing, so I'm not sure. But I know we've had it for a while. I think it's like a 2013, I think. There was some kind of recall involving paint with it. They were talking about the paint could start chipping or something rusting. And Russell thought he saw a couple of spots where it was happening. And we had followed through with the recall letter, and they're like, okay, we've got your names down, we'll contact you when we have more information about how to get it fixed. I don't know if we ever got contacted again about it. Like, at this point, I'm not that worried about it, because there's some other cosmetic damage to that car from when the lady backed into us. At the Walmart the one day, and was having a meltdown about us calling the cops to file an accident report so that we could get her insurance to fix it. So we think she may have been without a current license or insurance.
She had fake insurance.
Oh, it was fake insurance? Is that what it was? And so we kind of let it go because the car was still drivable, and we're like, well, it's not a huge deal.
I was pretty sure she was going to go to jail if any cops got involved.
And she had like her 3 or 5-year-old son with her or something. And
I don't remember having a kid
no,
with her.
there was a little kid, I think. I would think they were in the car, and I think we just decided not to be dicks over something that wasn't a huge deal.
Worth someone going to jail and having their life wrecked.
So then we contacted our insurance about fixing it, and they're like, yeah, you guys have to like meet a $500 deductible before we'll touch that. And we're like, alright, it's just gonna stay crumpled then. It was like an indent in the back bumper. It wasn't a huge deal. It was just cosmetic, really. And then, when we were on our way back from New Jersey, because my mom was getting pissed about us coming up and seeing her, apparently a tractor trailer at some point had blown a tire, and there were bits of said tire in the middle of the interstate. On what part of the interstate were we on? We were back in Arkansas. I think we were just coming through Little Rock, so we would have been on I-40 because we hadn't popped off to go north yet. So, because we had to go through the Little Rock area to get where we were going, and one of those shreds of tire was laying in the middle of one of the lanes. Bumper to bumper traffic. There was nowhere to go. Every lane was stuffed with cars, and there was barely a car length in between everybody at the time. I don't think it was quite rush hour when we were coming through Little Rock, but it was certainly dense traffic. And a tractor trailer kicked up one of these chunks of tire. Apparently this chunk of tire still had the wire frame, the wire chunks that build the interior of the tire attached to it. And said tractor trailer in the lane next to us kicked it up. It flew over the roof of the car in front of us and came straight towards our windshield. And we were like, I was in the back seat with the dogs, because they were with us. Russell was in the front seat driving, trying desperately not to swerve because there was nowhere for us to swerve to. Trying not to lose control of the vehicle. And at the last second, this chunk of tire got sucked down instead of hitting our windshield, and went under the car. And what bits of wire frame or wire, we're just gonna call it frame, that were still attached to the tread on this tire, took out the front cosmetic grille of our vehicle and clanged all kinds of hot mess underneath of the vehicle. We're doing like 70 and trying not to get run over. I think some other cars were beeping and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck do you want us to do? It wasn't our car that tire came off of. And we were like in a middle lane. Like we couldn't even pull off. We were like, what the fuck? And so we're in like a fucking panic. As soon as we saw like the next rest exit, we were hopping off, and we were quick checking out the car, and like the middle of the grill was just gone. And like the edges of it were kind of collapsed down, and we had to rip it off because it was dragging. And he's trying to look under the car to make sure it doesn't look like there's any fluid leaking anywhere, because you know, we were worried that it had hit, you know, some kind of like mechanical fluid lines or something that were going to be a huge problem. We didn't see any warning lights on the dashboard yet. We called, I think we called the mother-in-law, and then we called the insurance. And I think the insurance company was like, well, if you can still drive it home, then drive it home. And we're like, we're not sure. We think we can try. Because they're like, it's not worth bringing you a rental car. And we still have that damage that we haven't fixed, so. But we kind of use that to identify our car now when we're out in the parking lots, and we're like, where did we park? Alright, so we've got our tree line in. You can kind of see the dark trees there a little bit. Alright. So, give me 1 second and I will be right back in just a moment. kitty. Look out. Look out, cat. No, no. My. Hi. We have another cat visiting. Hi. I kind of need to sit here. I need to sit down. My. Can I sit? We're gonna have to share then. Really? This is what we're doing? I can't even have my chair? Right, we have to share with the cat. Oh, now it looks... See, we put that up and now you can see it better. I don't know why. Okay, maybe it's just the preview on that side of the screen just looks funny. Okay, she got down. I love you to bits, cat, but I want to sit appropriately. Okay, so we haven't completely lost our 3D-ness of our mountains. We still have it a bit. Alright, so let's advance our tutorial a little bit. Now, he did do some reflections. I'm going to hold off on those for right now. Because there's more land that happens in here, and I want to see where we're at. Okay, so he puts the waterfall in through here. And he's going to take some white, some yellow, and some green. Okay, he kind of starts adding some taller grassy things in around in there. Okay, so this side actually does come down a little bit more. And then he kind of brings a little bit of reflection down. We're gonna have to watch it a little bit so we don't get too ahead of ourselves. Okay, so then he kind of puts in a little bit of a water line in there. Alright. There's more to this though. Okay, and then he's gonna start doing... Hold on, Bob, we're not ready for that. Okay, okay, we're gonna pause it. Alright, well, let's take it back a little bit. Alright, so now we have an idea of what we're doing. Okay, so let's... Okay, trying to get my thoughts together here. Let's see. So... we're gonna take some of our dark green, right? And we're just gonna kind of twist it out into a bit of a snake here. And oh boy. Okay, you know what? Actually, Bob, let's bring that forward just a little bit more. So that, oh, too far. Can we get a head-on shot of, okay, so let's kind of, alright, so if we have, like, our waterfall starting here, right? And then we bring it like down to here, and maybe it's splashing around in here. Just trying to figure out where our land needs to be here. So we're kind of sketching this in. So maybe through here. It kind of comes out there, and then let's get another little bit pulled off here. We'll kind of thin that out just a little bit. And we've got a little bit of a spot in here. It's not necessarily all that big. And he's got a little bit more room to work with than we do. And I think maybe about there, and we'll start to bring that back in a little bit. You all right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's a little bit, I mean, it feels a little harsh in there, but his line is kind of harsh. A little bit. So let's go ahead and we'll snake this piece out just a little. I'm just like kind of twisting and pulling a little bit. And I know this is a lighter green. We will get there. I'm just kind of putting in my quote unquote stop line, so I don't get too carried away. You know how that goes. Start doing something and then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, we ate up all of our room before we did the rest of the things. So, and like I said, he's got a lot more real estate to work with. Than I necessarily do, so. Get that all kind of sorted. Okay, so if that's our hard stop line on that side, let's get a bit more here. And we'll, that's a little thick. We don't need it that thick, not yet. We'll figure out our stop line over here. So this kind of curves in just a little. And then, oh, loud trucks. kinda comes back out a little bit more. And then it kind of curves back in a bit here. We'll have to clean this spot up here. Okay, so it kind of does a weird like curvy thing and then kind of comes back out, then kind of goes back, and then let's get some more fluff kind of stretched out here. So it kind of this could be a little bit thinner, but kind of has something a little bit going on there, and then it kind of comes down. Drawing with felt, y'all. I'm trying to sketch this in as best as we can. Kinda. Bring this down to here. Fiber does what it wants to. Right, it's kind of on the same line as this. And there's not that much space between them. Like, there is a little bit, but then it kind of turns again on this side. And kind of starts to head back this way. I know it's very crude, but just kind of trying to get the base idea. Put into a place here, and then this is gonna kind of go off in that direction. Now I think I'm gonna fill this with our dark green and then just kind of come over with the light green. That way we can kind of play with some shading a little bit. Here, it lands a little crooked, but it's okay. Okay, now Alright, so we were looking at trying to figure out how to do these little bits of wispy reflection guys in here. I don't know how this is gonna look. We have to go super slow with this. And we have to really make these fine. Like, we really have to get these fine, wispy guys going. So, oh, too thick. Where's the big guy? We might not really be able to do much with the reflections. Because that kind of looks like a hot mess in there. I kind of regret doing that now. Alright, so I don't think we're gonna try to do the reflections because it doesn't seem like it's conveying. You can make a lot more things happen with paint than you can fiber. So that being said, like I think it's gonna look ugly when it's all kind of said and done in there. Alright, this is our sky blue. I mean, we can try to repair it that way. Kind of. All right, we'll have to fix that a different way. We'll green it. That's all. We'll just green it. So while we are getting that kind of sorted there. Careful when you grab the fiber above the felt if you're gonna try to do that with the needle. Don't be like pushing down and doing it, just kind of grab it a little bit and then push down. It'll be easier in the long run. But we're still going to need to fill in some gaps and stuff in here, and that's fine. We still have a little bit of stuff in there that we need to clean up a bit. So I think the reflection, like, I kind of want to do the reflections a little bit, but I think they're gonna take over, and it's just gonna kind of look blobby, at least for this one. So we're still gonna have some white coming down in through here in a minute. As well, so. Let's kind of smooth that out a little bit. All right. So, yeah, I mean, we'll figure it out. Okay. Put that in the felting disposal unit. Alright, yeah, now I know we still have to get our light green in here, but I figure the dark green is a good base to work with, because then we can kind of pretend we're hanging up spiderweb Halloween decorations in certain sections with our lighter green. And maybe try to get some more things happening color-wise. I will say this piece is getting very stiff with all of the layers of fiber that we've got going on here. Where's that big guy at? Can we... Are you going to be useful, like, at all? It's, like, not even hitting half of where I'm trying to hit. That's hilarious. So we can probably have a few gaps in this section, since we still have the other color that we still need to come back through. We still need to deal with our waterfall. Okay. It's still a little bit loose in there. All right. So we do have this little bit of light blue fluff. We're gonna try to work in here. I mean, granted, we're gonna need more of it. Just kind of wanted to switch to another color for just a moment. Let me get this beast wrapped back up, because he's dangerous. We're going to work in smaller floof balls for this part. So I kind of want a bit of this blue this light blue as a base. Because we still need to come back in with a little bit of white. Just to kind of bring it all together. I know we're still working on here. I'm jumping around just a little bit. going to cover most of this yellow section up in here. That's why we get our shape and stuff kind of sorted out. There. Get in the bucket. Okay. Alright, that's probably a little thick. Alright. So get you all nice and floofed. Alright. So, I mean, this section doesn't have to be entirely spot on. But I would like it to mostly be there. Before we put this other color on top of it. Because we probably will be having some of the undercolor shine through just a bit. I actually have some felt poking through right there, oddly enough. Alright. So the main reason why I really want to get that blue base in there is so we can stretch out the white. And actually try to give it a moving look to it. Because if we just slap the white down in there and have it be solid, that's gonna be a little tough to convey, I think. So I think a little bit more blue. And while things are getting nice and used to being bluified, probably go back and revisit our greens here. So everybody is Sunday's going well. Hope your weekend went well. If it's Monday for you, I hope the start of your work week goes well. That's probably good enough for that. Alright, so for right now, Mr. Blue, you are gonna go back in your container. Alright, I think we're gonna grab a little bit more of our dark green here. And I'm just kind of rolling that into a snake-like shape. Can't tell if my needle is bent, it's just the way I'm holding it. Yeah, so let's start to get that a little more settled in there. And we could grab a little bit of our light green. So I think that side will finish next session that we do. Because we still have a fair amount of work that we need to do on this side before we even think about getting over there yet. Okay. Alright, that's slowly coming together. Our hot mess here. Let's grab the next section of fluffy stuff here. We work on filling out the land on this side. Okay. It's not so bad. Grab all the loose stuff off the back here. And the front, apparently. Put that to the side. Oh, we can probably get away with a couple of breaks in between here and there because we're going to have that other color coming back in. Also me obsessively going back and filling in every single little break in the thing that I am seeing. Alright, I'm excited to get this other color in here. It is going to look so neon against this dark green. I mean, I hope not, but I have a feeling. It's definitely going to be super bright. But you know what? We could use for some brighter color in this section anyhow, so that should be fine. Alright, so maybe we tack that one starting there. There we go with it looking kind of black again. You know, I have a black shirt on, and I wonder if that's affecting how the camera is picking this up. Because when I got up and walked away and came back for a minute, it actually looked like the color it was supposed to be. At least for a moment it did. Alright, that section in there is still a little on the loose side. Right, need another chunk of fluff here. Not too terribly big, but we do need another chunk. We had a loose blue fuzz appear out of nowhere. Hey, that's not good, loose blue fuzz. What are you trying to do here? What do you think this is, loose blue fuzz? Yeah, so I'm just thinking that the reflections are going to be just a little too messy. And I feel like your eye's just going to get pulled to them and you're going to be like, what the hell is this mess? So So I think we're gonna attempt to go without them. And we'll see what happens. Okay. So let's go ahead and flatten that section out. All right. Now we need our light green. That actually looks more of a yellow green. I have got fluff everywhere. It is a fluffapalooza, so I'm gonna get this color. Fluff just everywhere. I'm gonna have to do this in smaller chunks, I think. Alright. So I'm just gonna do like a real loose snake here. Meow, hi littles. Oh, hi kitty. Hi. Hi. Hi little bit. She doesn't do come. She does come get me. That's what she does. She is such a princess. What you doing? Don't you want to go see Dad? Do I need to put you up there? Huh? Oh, it was a big kitty stretch. Hi. Yes, hello. Hi, kitty cat. I got your tail. Oh my goodness, all of the leg cuddles. All of leg rubs, whatever the fuck they're called. She looks so angry all of the time. I just don't know what to do with you, littles. That looks so yellow. It's not. It's like tennis ball green. There we go. That's kind of what it looks like. It's not quite as neon as tennis ball, but it definitely has the feel of tennis ball green. So remember, we're not going to be able to match this exactly just because of the medium that we're doing this in. Well, we can only do so much. We can definitely put forth a valiant effort, which is what we are trying. Alright. Nope, she's just gonna sit there and stare at you. Do you want to go up on the bed, little? don't think there's a doggy up there. Zuzu's either in with my mom or he's in the dog bed. He's been in the dog bed with Momo. Oh, you know what? I heard the mice in the ceiling a little bit ago. So he probably took off. Because he hates the sound of them running around up there. He heard us talking about him. He says, I know it's sleepy time. We're supposed to cuddle. Alright, so I am kind of pulling on this as we're going, and I'm okay if it breaks a little bit. It will sort of give us some darker areas in between. Kitty, please don't drop the height of my chair while I'm using a sharp object. Where did you go? And that quick, she's gone. She was rubbing on the hydraulic thingy on the height adjuster under my chair. And then that quick, she wandered away. That's not so bad. It's definitely brightening things up there a bit. Not tremendously, but you know, a little. Did you add any more water to that pot, or was there still a lot in there?
There was still a lot in there when I checked it.
Okay. I'm sure the potatoes are gonna soak up some. So I really wanted pizza, but I just did not have it in me to make it today. That just wasn't gonna happen. Wasn't in the cards today. So I know Bob's is a lot more solid green. That's fine. Like, we'll have our sections here as we go where it's a little bit thicker, a little bit thinner. I mean, hell, if we really wanted to, we could, take some pink or some white and put some little dotty things all in there to try to indicate some flowers if we really want. Oh, that back's a hot mess compared to the front. Like, oh my. Alright. Let's get this stretched out here. This piece is probably a little bit thicker. I mean, it's not that much thicker. Not really once you start getting all of the fibers worked in and stuff. Okay. This section is probably a little bit time consuming, trying to, or it will be. Because I mean, it's kind of like the mountains, you're going to have to play with it a little bit. Kind of get it to your happiness level. Now we might not fully finish this side today, and that's okay. We've actually gotten quite a bit more done than I was expecting. Like, I kind of figured we'd only be getting the trees done, but we got that done. So you can see where it's kind of like indenting a little, so we're gonna come to the back. Grab up all of the loose stuff that wants to come with me. If it doesn't want to come with me, it can stay there. Alright. So it is starting to take on some life here. As we are going along. But so far, you know, it's not half bad. Considering this is what? 1, 2, 3... like my 4th needle felting project ever. And then on top of that, this is the first time I've tried to follow a Bob Ross tutorial using this stuff. So I gotta say, not doing too shabby. Just making sure that we don't lose where that edge needs to be tacked down. So we've kind of lost it a little. We might end up cutting off that tree, honestly, when all's said and done. We just might. But if that's what happens, that's what happens. We still need to get our white in, so we're probably going to lose that yellow in there for the most part. And that's okay, I wasn't really all that attached to it. We have to get all of our our foamy, angry water stuff from the little waterfall put in there still, so that's fine. Alright, grab some more of our tennis ball green. Because now that's what I'm affectionately calling it. It's a little too yellow to really call lime green. Maybe key lime green. I think it would need to be somewhere in between our varsity green and this color green for us to really call it lime green. Or at least lime peel green. Okay. Alright. Get this. That's a little thick. Let's see, can we get that thinned out a little bit more? The main reason I'm now calling it tennis ball green is that we have a tennis ball from somewhere. I think we'd originally got them for the dogs. And when they were puppies, they were like, yeah, this is fun. And then as they got older, they're like, fuck this, I'm not chasing that. And then the cat started playing with them. We still have one laying around that the one cat like tried to defuzz. Found a chunk of it on the floor the other day. And it looked pretty similar. To this shade. So I guess depending on the light, you could argue that your tennis ball is yellow. Although I think they come in orange too. Excuse me. Don't forget to drink, friends. Definitely want to take stretch breaks. Make sure you get up and drink. Alright. So let's finish getting in this section there, and let's kind of take a look at where we're at overall. So I mean, we're gonna lose that section, probably lose that tree, right? So that's not a big deal. So I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there. I mean, you know, we still have to get quite a bit more of this color in on this side, and then we have to finish filling in our dark green on this side, and then we have to do our waterfall stuff in the middle, but it's coming along. So this is one medium that is not quick to get through, for sure. Definitely takes some time. I'm just kind of grabbing a piece, kind of making a snake out of it, and then trying to stretch it out here. Where we can. So now we're going to have to fill in a little bit more of our dark green area with this light green color. That's just how it is. Because it's a little too much dark green still, I think. For my liking, at least. But you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, a little too close to the edge there. Kind of need that pad underneath so we can get this pushed through a lot easier. Alright. So not half bad. Grab some. Kitty, what are you doing? You are obsessed with that lever. It controls the height of my chair. I swear. If I suddenly drop down, that could be a problem. Like, none of the other cats really care about it. Maybe Cow, but nowhere near as much as she does. So I'm thinking we might actually grab that big one of Doom to do a once-over on this section. Just to make sure that we're all attached and everything. Not quite done with this section yet though. But I still have him. I just kind of put his little his little bubble wrap protective coat on him. So that my dumb ass doesn't hurt myself. Because he is a beast. And with the weekend it's been. We're just gonna make sure we keep him nice and safe. And tucked up where he belongs. Because the last thing I need right now is an accident involving him. Alright. So we have a few gaps where there's actually some of our blue layer trying to chime in there, so definitely need to come back in and add a bit more of this color in places. I just didn't want it to be solidly just all of this color. I wanted a little bit of our darker green kind of poking on through there. So I suppose we could grab some of our gold and add that in too if we really, really wanted to. I don't know if I really want to though. But I mean, we could. So. Just kind of keep on adding in our lighter green here. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, just want to make sure that we have all of our main green lines in where I really want them before we start going back in and adding a whole bunch of the light green because I don't want to lose all of that dark green. Right, so Bob would not be happy with us. He would make us wash the entire class's brushes. No, he would just make us add it back in, that's all. So we just kind of want to make sure we don't get too carried away, or else we'll be adding some more dark green back in. That's all. So if anyone is interested in watching the tutorial in... Oh my god. Y'all, you need to say something. Although you couldn't say
What'd
it.
you do? Thumbs.
I never took it off emote only, and I apologize, you guys.
Do you set that up, or is that automatic?
No, I set that up.
Stop setting that up.
No, it's done for a reason. Because people can come into your chat when you're offline and be typing shit in there and then report your channel on a different account and fuck you up and get you banned. So if you have it set to emo only, they really can't do much damage if you're not there to mod the channel. Twitch is weird, and that is the way the rules are set up. They don't care if you were offline. You weren't modding your chat.
There's offline chat?
Yes.
I've never seen
Because
that.
when you're hosting other channels, people can sit there and talk back and forth to each other while they're watching a channel that you're hosting when you're offline.
Huh.
Yes.
That's badly designed.
Yes, it is. It very much is, and I apologize that
I
that
think you
was...
should just write down a checklist to put on your computer, dear.
You know...
'Cause you've been doing that a lot.
I normally do. The one day I did change it, and I don't know why it didn't go. I did forget to change it this time, and I do apologize, you guys. I'm surprised Zortz didn't change it when he was in here. Because he had stopped in, and sometimes he remembers to change it.
Maybe even those.
So, I don't know, Zortz was able to type. Maybe because he was a mod.
Maybe.
That's why I didn't notice it.
Oh, because Zort's typed.
Because Zortz typed, that's why.
It's all Zort's fault.
It is, it's all Zortz's
It's all your
fault.
Zortz. Check your Discord, motherfucker.
No, it's been a rough
Hey, can you send him a message whenever you're...
24 hours. And where would you like me to message him? Twitter, Discord?
Whatever you can actually connect to him to ask if he wants to double check the thing I sent him almost a week ago now.
Really? Has it been that many days?
I don't know, but that's a bit of hyperbole. It hasn't literally been a week. It's been like 4 or 5 days. My bad.
So almost a week. So I apologize, you guys. I saw Zort's talk and I thought emote only was off. So, anyhow, before I came to this revelation, that's where you can, that's linked to the tutorial on YouTube if you want to watch it in its entirety. We did skip forward a little bit here today on it just to kind of see what we had coming up to figure out our spacing on this section. And the needing to set your chat to emote only when you're offline really didn't become a thing until after all of the bored little kids who were immature decided to cause trouble across the platform because they're a-holes. So, all it takes is, you know, a couple of stupid morons to ruin everything for everybody else, and then I forget to do shit because I'm a muffin. I've been through a lot over the past weekend. You have gotten a lot done on it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're trying.
Hi, whoever she's actually talking to.
That would be, how do I want to pronounce this? Folgara? I'm pretty sure the PH is an F sound, so unless it's a different language, in which case I apologize. If I'm actually putting those letters in the right order in my brain, I may not be.
Yeah, literal dyslexic.
Yeah, okay, cool. I looked at I quick glanced at a tweet last night that came through on a TweetDeck while I was checking on the WoW Challenges social media stuff and getting things set up for the blog post scheduled and all that from the show last night, and I saw a tweet pop up, and I was like, wow, that's a hell of a thing to say. And then I looked at it again, and while it wasn't any better the second time, I realized I realized that I had flipped a couple of letters, and it changed the meaning quite a bit. I think I may have even added a letter. I mean, it was still kind of like, wow, that's how you talk to your community? Okay. But at the same time, I was like, okay, well, maybe it's not quite so bad. But yeah, that's me, adding letters and flipping them all around. I used to try to read the quest text when I streamed Iron Man, or if I had a pacifist that was doing a pacifist safe quest. I can't talk either. Yeah. And I had to stop doing that because it's kind of painful to listen to me read at times, and I know it is. I struggle sometimes. I lose what line I'm on. I flip words in sentences around and change their order. Good times. Good times. So it's it was just easier to just not read the quest out loud. So I didn't have to put people through that. So now we look a little disorganized here at the moment. And yep, we do. But we're working on it. Like that side we still have to give some more attention to, but that's okay. Kind of proud of my tree line. I do like how that came out. Alright, just making sure I know where I'm at here. So yeah, apologies about the emote-only chat. Y'all, feel free to whisper me on here. If it's not letting you type and I'm live, feel free to do that. I will see it pop up and I'll be like, huh, what's this about? And then I'll be like, oh shit. So, yeah, feel free to poke me. And be like, hey, you forgot to do the thing. It's okay. I won't be mad, I promise. Because husband's not always able to mod for me. So he didn't notice either, and he's still learning the ins and outs of the Twitch dashboard and why we do the things we do. Okay, so I think I'm liking this a little bit better where we have a little bit thicker green in spots, the light green. And we have some breaks with our dark green in here. I think that's how we're gonna take this. Alright, let's grab some more fluff. Let's see, what time is it? Okay. So I want to snake it, but I kind of want it to be a loose snake. Like, I kind of want to see our fibers in there a little bit. It's just kind of at least getting it a little bit thinner. Gives me a little bit more control. So we don't get too out of hand here. So I would like to at least get this side dealt with. I am starting to get hungry though. A little bit more of that stretched out there. So I do have a bit of a gap right in there that I kind of want to deal with. And we're gonna come in and we'll do our water line in there, so I mean, we'll get as close as we can to the edge there, but it might have to look a little bit jagged for the moment. Alright, so I don't know if we're doing a stream tomorrow. I'm not planning on one. Like I said, it depends on how far I get finishing up the last 3 challengers. 2.5 challengers. Well, let's call it 3. I didn't get that far on the shaman before the internet got stupid on me last night. Kind of upset me because that's what I had wanted to work on and I was all geared up to work on it. Like, yeah, we're gonna plow through this one and then I'll only have 2 left, and then the internet's like, no, not tonight. I mean, my actual internet seemed okay, but somewhere down the line was not, because my world latency kind of took a shit fit in WoW, so don't know what that was about. But I was not happy. But at least we got the monk done, and she takes the freaking longest out of everybody right now, so that's one thing. Although I was kind of bummed I didn't have that much vendor trash once I got her ready. I was digging through her bags and seeing where we were at, because she moved on to the level 60 mobs, and she didn't have a 10-hour Plus, leveling adventure this time through, I forgot to slash played her before I logged out. Just to see where she was sitting currently. I'll have to try to remember to do that when we are logged into her next. I do feel a little bad that I didn't get any more leveling done on the iron with the 2 holidays, since that's how I have to level with her right now. But I was not exactly thrilled with the amount of XP I was getting. So that kind of made it a little more difficult to motivate myself to go do the thing. But at least we did get her ding in. So, I mean, that's something. Let's try to reflatten this just a little bit. See, that backside looks a hell of a lot different than the front, doesn't it? But then again, I guess if the front looked like that, we'd be in real trouble. Alright. There's my tool. I'm like, where did it go? I just had it. Alright. Let's make sure we are good over here. I think this is our line here. So we probably will lose that tree, but... Okay, so I think we need maybe a little bit more up in here of this color. Oh wow, yeah, this light is just like washing out everything. It looks very... That blue looks very, very white. Alright, let's see here. Where to stab next? Let's try in here. Okay. I might go around, maybe, and take some screenshots in WoW. Maybe. To, hold on to. Of, like, backgrounds of things and stuff that we could potentially attempt to do this with. Maybe. I haven't made up my mind yet. I don't know. Kinda depends on a few things. Alright, that's looking fairly decent in there. Maybe just a little bit more. Just kind of in through here. just to kind of tone down how dark, or tone up, I don't know. We don't want that dark quite so dark, I don't think, but I don't want it to all go away either. Trying to get a decent mix here, if we can. Might not be possible, but let me try to pull off a chunk there. Alright, so up in here, perhaps get that sorted out. We'll get that put into there. Alright, I think that's it's kind of tacked down. Good enough for the moment. And we'll grab just a little bit more. Let me kind of slide all of you into view here. Just so I can kind of sit back for a moment, see where we're at. Okay. So I think just a little bit more in here. And then I think I'm gonna adjust the back tree line just a touch. Not drastically, but our big guy of doom out here. Crunch, crunch. Hi, kitty. Are you back again? Or did I make that noise this time? I don't know. I don't feel her, but usually by the time I go to feel her, she's gone. Oh no, she's over there now. She found a toy. Doesn't take much to distract her. Okay. Nah. Hold still. might actually be a little over ambitious. You alright?
Yeah. No, I'm just awake.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. It's good now.
Alright. Grab a big one of doom here. Just to get that. Last spot good and attached. Alright. Let me just kind of even that out. Sorry if the microphone banged. Alright. Now I'm thinking, this could be a disaster. But I'm thinking, what if we take some strands Can you add some water?
Some water.
Okay, yeah.
I literally just did that.
I just happen to think that it probably needs some now. I don't know if it really is gonna be all that noticeable. Nah, okay, we'll just leave it. I think it would have to be a different shade entirely for it to really do a whole heck of a lot. Alright. So I think we're gonna stop there for today. Not terrible. I'm trying to get this lined up in the camera. Not terrible. So we got this section in. And, well, we got our tree line in on both sides. We got our ground in completely on this side. We got our ground started on this side. We still have to come back in and fill this side on the next section and add our lighter green to it. And we have to finish off our waterfall and add our water line. I think I might take this yellow out. I might add some more blue over top of it because now I'm kind of not feeling that being there. And it won't take that much to kind of melt that in. We'll just need a little bit of light blue over top of it. Yeah, I'm not feeling it there right now, and it's kind of hard to melt that in and still have it kind of be visible and have it make sense. So I think that's what we're gonna do next art session. Not sure what the next day is we're doing art. It's Sunday at the very least. Wednesday we'll be doing, weather permitting and internet permitting, of course, wall challenges, bloodthirsty, and we'll be back to the pacifist this week, I think, leveling. Thursday, I don't know yet. We could do more art. We could do, you know what, Thursday we might do Parkitect, because I really want to work on those other tutorials. Not tutorials, but, you know, the opening campaign scenario things. I really want to work on those. And Friday we're doing Planet Zoo. So maybe Thursday we'll do Parkitect. So you got your new pacifist up to level 51.5 now. And that's very nice. Very, very nice. I think my current pacifist is 41. I did work on her a little bit off of stream. And you have to catch that game. Yeah, Parkitect's kind of fun. I like it. It's sort of like a cuter version of Planet Coaster, kind of. So I do have Planet Coaster, and we might eventually rotate that in when things and stuff change down the line, because eventually I'm going to finish my Bloodthirsty quest. I mean, it's inevitable, right? And finances have taken quite a hit, so I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to keep paying for a while, because we're seriously boned due to the plumbing problem that happened yesterday. We're completely boned. I don't know what we're gonna do. We haven't been given the full estimate yet. The guy needs to talk to the other guy at the company that does the estimates for the big jobs. I can only imagine how much this is going to be. Sorry, I just saw a loose strand that I want to get real quick because it's bugging me. I can only imagine how much this is going to be. We had to pay quite a hefty chunk of change last night, as it was, for it being a weekend emergency call. I don't know. But yeah, the husband and I have not been in a good mental state after finding out how bad the problem is. So that's been wonderful. Yeah. And sorry to those that think I overshare. You guys actually don't know. I don't tell you guys everything. There's a lot of other stuff that goes on that you guys don't know about. But I grew up with my mother always telling me I wasn't allowed to talk to anyone about anything that was going on inside the family ever, because it was family business. So I couldn't even talk to somebody I saw as a friend to kind of at least, release some tension with them. Oh, it's gonna be bad, full. It's gonna be bad. It's really gonna be bad. We have to replace the toilet. The potentially, well, definitely the line coming out of the toilet that connects to the rest of the exit water going to the out sewer line that's connected to the city. We may potentially have to replace all of the piping from the bathroom that connects to that, and potentially all of the other wastewater piping under the house, because at least from the sewer line, it's cracked and leaking in several places. And they didn't even know where the wastewater from the washer went. So he's like, there's pipes down there that don't look like they're connected to anything. Like, they did remodels and moved where the bathroom was located or how the bathroom was laid out, and there's traps from old toilets that are capped off. He's like, I don't even know. And I'm like, oh my god. The pipes were cast iron that were down there, because the house was originally started to be built, or some part of this house was originally built in 1921, 1926. They kind of got our toilet working, kind of. temporarily until we can get it replaced, and there's no not replacing it option. It has to be done. So yeah, we're fucked. We're really fucked. Last night it cost us $350. We were gonna put it on a credit card, and he didn't have a card reader with him, so the mother-in-law had to write a check. She says she had the money in the bank to cover the check. Yeah, and the fact that he said he had to talk to the guy that does the estimates on the quote-unquote big jobs to make sure he wasn't missing anything scares me tremendously. I don't know. So yeah, I grew up with my mother always saying that I wasn't allowed to talk to anyone, even those that I considered my friends, about family business, because it was family business and nobody outside of the immediate family was allowed to know family business. So when we were going through difficult times with my brother, in and out of jail, and all of his addiction issues, and all of the shenanigans he was getting into due to his addiction issues, I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody because those were family issues. And quite honestly, I'm like, fuck that. People need to know that not everything is sunshine and rainbows. I mean, everybody struggles. So I know there's probably plenty of people out there that have a lot worse shit going on. But, you know, sometimes you just need to talk, so it's not completely rattling around in your brain all alone. So, you know. But, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully we'll have some news tomorrow. Let's see, who is streaming right now? Anybody? Nobody on that list that I know. I guess a lot of people are getting ready for, if you have a broken arm, it doesn't just heal immediately. Someone else has a broken neck. Yeah, I know. I get that. I know. I don't want it to come off like I'm constantly complaining. I'm just trying to get stuff out of my brain so it's not constantly rattling around in there. And I kind of do it because, you know, oh, you're not allowed to talk to anybody about family business. Fuck that. I'm gonna talk to people if I want to fucking talk to people. Like, give me a break. Alright, let's see. Who do we want to go and see? Yeah, I mean, you know, you gotta talk about shit. Is this actually that game? I don't know. I've never played this game. You know what? Yeah, I think it is. We'll go see this person that's a bunch of letters and numbers. I don't know how to pronounce them. We'll call them AC. I think we visited them once or so before. It's funny. I have to run. Your mother was a therapist for a handful of years, and she said that the more you talk, the more people find their answers too. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, yeah, it might be stuff that you're embarrassed about going on, but you know what? I think a lot more people had a family member that was dealing with shit that they got roped into dealing with by proxy. But yeah, you know. Oh, there's the husband, just as we're wrapping up.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I took a nap. I couldn't help it.
It's okay. It's okay. I found somebody that's streaming Fallout 4, so we're gonna go
Ooh, fun.
And see what they're up to. But I do thank you guys for popping in. I do appreciate it. We got some work done. I think we're well on our way to looking like something decent. I still have to clean up some of this in here, but you know what? It takes time. We got a lot done today. And if we have to find one thing that we're happy about today, we are happy about the tree line. I'm happy about this little section here. So, you know, I'm happy. Our mountains still look mountainy there in the background, hanging out, chilling. So we didn't lose that when we put the tree line in, so that's all good. Like I said, Monday, I don't know if we're going to have a bonus stream. So make sure you're following all the places down below. I usually post on Twitter when I'm about to go live. And plus the Twitch app, I think, if you have notifications turned on, it will send you a little pop-up on your PC if you have it open. Well, thank you so much. I'm trying. I'm really, really putting in a valiant effort this time. I have so much trouble bringing depth in to a painting when I am working with paint.
I will admit, this is coming out quite good.
Yeah, I am really happy with.
It's coming out much better than your previous felt things.
So the felt things.
Your felt paintings that you're doing, whatever you're calling this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The purple sunset didn't come out that bad.
No, but this they're right. This has a lot more.
Yeah,
it has a lot more detail.
Yeah, I'm slowly, I'm trying to level up the things and stuff. But yeah, so I don't know if we're doing something tomorrow on Monday. That depends on how WoW prep goes. Wednesday will definitely be WoW challenges. Thursday we're gonna do Parkitect, and Friday we're gonna do our Planet Zoo trade-off build with the randomizer wheel. My spin got concessions, and I do have an idea rattling around in my brain. And it's my turn to build this week, so we'll be doing that on Friday. And this week is a podcast week for Wild Challenges, and Chris is going to be joining Lita this coming Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern on their channel. So, you guys have a great night. Thank you for hopping in and hanging out. Have fun if you're watching the Super Bowl later. Be civil if your team loses, and congratulations if your team wins. I will be doing house chores later and desperately trying to get challengers leveled. So you guys have a good night. We're gonna go raid this person, this AC person. And until next time, have a good one.